Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident...
Oh, hey! Yeah, I was muted. Hi.
Perhaps that case
Hi.
the prelude.
Hi, Bampy. Hi, Time. Let me catch up on the things I was saying while I was muted. We got a longer stream in today, and so I figured I'd play this. Because, like, Persona's easier to cut up into chunks. Whereas having a long period seems perfect for this game. And then I said, hi, Bampy. How was work? I also just got home. Perfect timing for both of us. And I said, hello, Time. But yeah, I was muted. I'm bad streamer. Oh, I love the animation.
Steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
We made it to London. I assume it's London. It's London. It says so right there.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
We made it! (18th of February, 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh yeah, autoplay. Autoplay? There we go. What an incredible place. Yeah, it does look pretty fancy. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. Work was fine. Big job had some issues, but the people were super nice and may or may not have given you a nice little something for your trouble. Hey! Congratulations! That's always really nice. Hell yeah. A little something for the trouble is always greatly appreciated. So here's the big question though, did they have a cat or doggo? Because, you know, I had my fingers crossed for you. But I'm glad it was fine. I know you said it was like a big one and you were like kind of nervous, but oh, look at that. Everything worked out perfectly, didn't it? Got to see some nice little pets. Big job completed. People were nice. Got a little something for your trouble. Tuesday doesn't look good though. Oh, another big day. You didn't get to pet a new puppy? Ah! You know, we call those job perks, right? Puppers! Oh, that's wonderful. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. They've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on. I have something for this. Please show them this. Let me see. Hold on. There's a specific one. It sure is. It sure is. Who apparently is an actor in the movie Cocaine Bear. Which I may or may not have seen yesterday. First movie I've been to in almost a year, and it was Cocaine Bear. It was awful, but also in, like, the good, goofy way. So... honestly, it was, like... It was really dumb. But, like... in a funny way in a lot of parts, right? Like, where you're just like, oh, good God. I think it would depend on how much you enjoy watching, like... It's if you enjoy watching, like, B-movies, you know, like those terrible, like, Mega Shark vs. Giant Octopus things, or whatever. It's like those, but with an actual budget. I had a good time. We left the theater and we're just like, alright, that was dumb, but whatever, I enjoyed it. I don't need to see it ever again, but like, I didn't regret spending my gift card. Yeah, so I'm not so sure, like, I know you and I have had the conversation about, like, you know, bad movies that know they're bad and have fun with it, and how sometimes it, like, it works and sometimes it doesn't. And from our conversations, I seem to be a little bit of a lower bar on enjoying those things than you do. So it's hard for me to just, like, gauge if you would like it. I think it's entirely possible that you like it, because, like I said, I had a good time. But I think it's also possible that you just think it's really stupid. So, for example, like, there was that movie that you told me was terrible, called Escape Room or whatever. And then I finally got around to seeing it, and I was like, yeah, that is terrible, right? So, it wasn't like that, because, you know, that one tried to take itself super seriously, but it was, like, stupid. And so it didn't work for me. Whereas this one was more just like, they knew they were making something dumb as shit. No, I wouldn't say fuddy-duddy. Although I do like saying fuddy-duddy. There was two previews, by the way. One of them was for some scary movie. I don't watch horror movies very often. But this preview, like, scared the shit out of me. It looked, like, frightening as hell. It was like Evil Dead Rising or something like that. And I was like, I would see this and, like, be terrified. So I'll have to, like, see when that comes out. If I recall correctly, you're cool with horror movies. So you might be interested in it. And then the other one was a preview for, like, another showing of Everything Everywhere All at Once. And I was like, yeah, I gotta see if Bamfy wants to watch that. You did, like, Sharknado? Yeah, I think it's, like, much more Sharknado than, like, you know, something that acts like it's doing something, like, profound or serious or anything. And then, of course, because it's like an hour and a half, like, you start at the beginning, and you're like, okay, I see what's going on. And then, like, chaos ensues for, like, 30 minutes, and you're, like, cracking up the whole time. And then, like, there's still 30 minutes of movie, and you're like, okay, we kind of had enough, but I guess you have to do longer, and so it kind of, like, drags on a bit. And then, like, it has its ending sequence where, like, it's interesting again. Yeah, it's only 90 minutes. That was, like, one of the reasons we saw that. So, like, we went and had like, a late lunch yesterday. And we're like, you want to go see a movie? 'Cause I had a gift card. I was like, yeah, absolutely. And it was, like, right in that middle time where, like, a lot of things had already started or weren't starting again for another hour and a half or whatever. So, you know, like Ant-Man, John Wick, 65, which is something with Adam Driver, who I think is really cool. So I always like to check out his movies if I can. And then one other one that was like a normal, supposed to be good movie, were all like either had just started or we'd have to wait so long, and then like you'd have like, you know, the 2 to 2.5 hours of movie, and people like it didn't work with the schedules. And then we saw that Cocaine Bear was like starting in the next 20 minutes and it was only 90 minutes. We're like, yeah, let's just do that. And we ended up being like, all right, yeah. Wouldn't you agree? Hey, Blue Braid. A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan? If you want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here. To have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. Have I looked at any of the Lord of the Rings set? I think I saw like a spoiler or two. I saw that like the basic lands were like maps. Oh no, you're behind! Too much xenoblading, which is understandable. Don't worry, to help you catch up, what I can do is just play Fire Emblem Three Houses between cases 3 and 4. It shouldn't be too long, right? Like, that's a short game. Only like 100 hours or whatever. They printed a white remand? Oh, I think I did see that. Yeah, that seems like a bad idea, but like, you know, giving the aggressive deck remand seems a little yikes. This case might take the whole... Yeah, chat told me, when I finished last time, chat told me that, like, case 3 is probably as long as, like, cases 1 and 2 combined. Also, I don't remember if I mentioned it, like, on the stream last time, but there was no actual, like, case for Chapter 2. You just kind of, like, did the great deductions, and I thought that was, like, really cool. Little different play pattern. So it doesn't get so, like, you know, so it doesn't, like, or so it has, like, a varied play pattern, which is nice. I think it's the first time I've seen them do that. Because I don't think that happened in 1 or 2. I think everything in 1 and 2, like, you had a courtroom scene for every case. Good morning, sorry to keep you. Alright, so is this person gonna look like absurd or immensely elegant? It's one of the two. I'm going with elegant. Oh, I was right. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, there was one more preview. There's one more preview where like it sets up this movie as like being super spooky, right? Because like this person is like the assistant to Dracula, and he's like grabbing people so that he can like bring back Dracula to feed on or something, right? And then it like builds up to this like tense moment, and then like it shows the shoes of Dracula walking into the room, and you're like, oh no, oh shit, it's gonna be scary. And then like it cuts up and it's just fucking Nicolas Cage giving like the worst Dracula impression you've ever seen. And I like lost my mind for a second. I'm like, oh my god, it's apparently like a supposed to be a funny movie. The tone really caught me off guard. Kind of similar to Ace Attorney Investigations. All those are in the field. Gotcha. I trust you weren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. Movie looked like not something I would actually go see. But I was not expecting like Nicolas Cage. Seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. Alright, well that's a lie. Ryunosuke, the Chief Supreme Justice leader, wasn't there for 15 minutes. You were legally like allowed to leave. You didn't have to wait that whole time. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. I feel a little like a little mouse on an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. I am intimidated, for what it's worth. What are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, I mean, I just rode in a cart. I haven't really got to see it yet. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? We had a wonderful view of some of London streets from the carriage on the way from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. City boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Sasato. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes, there's much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great Exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. Like a world fair. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history. And will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Oh, okay. Well, joke's on me then, I guess. I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Is it though? The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. There's 2 fan-dub projects of investigations. Oh, neat. Yeah, I can check those out. I like these games. Lord Chief Justice. I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. Your memory serves correctly. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. Wait, hold on. Hold on. See, y'all buried the lead a little bit here. It's an Edgeworth game? Y'all know I love me some Edgeworth. Do we get some Francisca von Karma as well? Cause like, that would be peak. Oh my god, you do? She's there too? Ah! Yeah, alright, well, we're gonna have to add those to the list. Why is it that every time I play a game on stream, by the time the game ends, I have like 2 new games to play on stream? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. Me, I'm lawyer. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. There's not a Hodo here would like to make a proposal. I lawyer. Well, this is it then. The moment of truth. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, I'm lawyer. What if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Many things, I'm sure. Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Sogi. At least that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, I just can't seem to find the right words to say to... Understandable, Ryunosuke. I've been there. I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I gonna say? Sometimes getting the words from your brain to your mouth does not work out very well. And it's very frustrating. Oh, okay. Well, hold on. I was told that a theme slaps. I will go listen to theme immediately.
Just can't wait to go.
What is this? Oh, the song's very good. Oh, he was sipping tea. Yo, this thing's great. Alright, yeah, that was really good. That is a good theme. It's me, I can do it. Is that so? Yes. I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such. That's not true! We are a successful defense attorney. We literally have more qualifications than anyone in our country as far as this game has led me to believe, because like our court system is new. We have a perfect win record. Never lost a case. You just see Rinosuke, you just need to know how to, like, you know, fluff it up a little bit. Like, I'm a successful defense attorney. I have never lost a case. I have also solved crimes out in the field. I am an associate of the famed detective Sherlock Holmes. Oh, okay. I thought like this whole version of it was like new, that they were taking from London. That's why like the whole trip was happening. Was to like, you know, see it in action and you know, make sure that it was like, you know, to know what to bring back. But yeah, you just gotta know how to spice it up a bit. Let me teach you how to do resumes too, Rinosuke. That's all it is. I spearheaded and oversaw an operation. What it really means was I'm on my phone waiting for customers to come in. I've acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once. See, you don't need to say that part. They've been around for a long time. Gotcha. I had Cosmo to help me, and I was the accused, but lost all the details. Yeah, see, now you know what's up, Rinosuke. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on the board the SS Buria. Voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Osogi's journey had only just begun. Come here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo, it was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Thanks? So you're willing to put the words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? Let me ask you one thing first. You say you intend to do everything Mr. Sogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? What was Cosmo actually coming here for? Am I imagining things? Or did his expression alter a fraction? I'll give you a chance. Oh, well that was easy. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Yeah, who needs like actual formal education and training and, you know, internships and stuff? Just go ask this guy, hey, let me do it. And he'll be like, alright, I'll test you. You know, this seems fine. This seems reasonable. I was reading a book for like 50 days. Not even 50, because it was already like 2 weeks into it when Kazuma died. So, really like 36 days. Who knows? He didn't exactly know how to tell me? Yeah. He was gonna tell me a couple times. And then he didn't. Yeah, if you ignore the mountain of extenuating circumstances, anyone could do it. But see, I'm still practicing my my way of spinning things in a certain way so it sounds much more like beneficial. If you just ignore all like the intricacies and the details and just use broad strokes, anything can sound reasonable and easy. What form will the test take? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? In an ideal world, it would be to find the truth, but we don't live in an ideal world, Mr. Strongheart. Defending people, of course. Well said. That's how you defend someone. What? Timing is perfect. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defenses yet, so this will be welcome news. This man's plan is... Yeah, I mean, there's a trial today. Go ahead and see what you can do. That's our test. You want to tell me about the case, the trial? What's going on here? Straight away. Can I beat my client? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll pass my test. What could be simpler? Many things, actually. Good question. It's a murder trial. A murder. An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say, but I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. Yeah, this is messed up. What kind of... Why are we trying to bring this back home? This is preposterous. Why is the trial today and the man has no defense attorney already? But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. This case is like easily top 3, maybe top 2. I would hazard a guess, and I can't say for certain, of course, but I would hazard a guess that I think when I scrolled through there were 6 chapters, and we did 2 of them, and I would guess that the 2 we've done are solid, but not like in the top half, cause like they were good. Oh, there's 10 total. Okay. 5 in each game. Oh, so you didn't just mean this game. You meant like both games. Ooh, okay. Oh, I'm very excited then. Eyes emoji. Yeah, because I liked the first two cases. They had some good twists and turns. But like, I have a feeling that they've been kind of like using the training wheels on me a little bit, and they're about to come off. Yeah, top 3 out of 5 is nice, but not terribly impressive. Yeah, gotcha. That makes sense. I'd like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What is it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? I'll do it! Alright then, if I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. The conversation is over. Aw. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Mr. Sato. What could I do? It's alright. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Mr. Sato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable. I feel exactly the same way. Yeah! I thought it was nonsense. You tell him. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day. But for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait! Hold it! Was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. That's awful. Well, that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there's only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it was an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. And I agree. In my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. Venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. Alright. The duology really goes places that the main series doesn't or does, but not to the same extent. Yeah, I'm so excited. Because, like, everything I've heard about this game is, like, so good. And it's been really good so far. But like I said, it still felt like I had the training wheels on, and I feel like they're going to take me for a wild ride this time. Like, I feel like they're off. And like, okay, there's your tutorial on how to do a trial. There's your tutorial on how to do investigations. They were still their own cases, and they still had some meat to them. But now we're going to put it all together. I think we should hurry to the courtroom. Okay. The Old Bailey. Bum bum bum. Well, I tried to look around and then she like threatened to throw me, so I stopped looking around. We're in time, still 15 minutes till the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were gonna rattle loose. Hear what I said to the driver? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver. And there's a guinea in it for ya. It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. Oh, I could have, well, darn. At least we arrived here before the trial started. I didn't think about that. I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. Nothing terribly special. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It was like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir. Oh, look at this guy. What are you doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the East, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself. So I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all the while in a strange faraway land? Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000? Please, Mrs. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is... is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? It's nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain ever fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. I can, thank you. That hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it you no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh, that's the hook. To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is... Don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. Oh, is that like your funny 3D effect? Oh, that's great. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster and blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names? No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see. I wish I could do like a high society British accent for this. Because I keep like in my head trying to do like a New York accent, because when he says like use and nuttin'. But we're in London. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Also, I can't do accents at all, so like... oh, by the way, I looked back. I looked back at like one of the VODs. The one where I was trying to do Miss Brett. And I tried to get like... a higher pitched voice. Oh, that did not go well. Hearing it back, I was like, ooh. I've got some work to do on that one. It's called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. Oh, Irish, that makes sense. I donated to the city, so I did. An entire park? In central London? A city of smiles. That's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Ah, but now they have the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. Look, I know my job is to just assume you're good and innocent and stuff. But I'm always skeptical of the uber rich. Sorry. What is the matter with the London police, I ask ya? Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. I've really grown to like Sasato, by the way. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying? You daft idiot. I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there. I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Got a bit of a temper on you, do ya? I think I see what's going on here. Sorry. I know what you're thinking. This chanter of a fella claims to have more money than the queen. But if that's true, why the Blaze can he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it! That's the only explanation. Well, I mean, that's a good question. Well, that's not what I was thinking. Not at all. Although, it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. The what now? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Barrick von Sykes. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? Yeah, I gotta get off the floor. I gotta get to the next floor. The Reaper's here. We gotta get our jukes on. Shout outs again to putting dodge electricity on a persona that already blocked electricity, having the boss do electric break, and then use an electric move, and then having dodge electricity proc and dodge it twice. That was like one of my favorite Persona fight moments. Of like any Persona, it was hilarious. Or SMT, like it was incredible. Zeke's. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, was mildly important. Oh, let me check that. The accused has been damned. Let me check this out. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper. When Ben Zeke stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached a desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barrick Van Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? The defendant summoned and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel. That would be me. Oh, it's his time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. So you showed your face here. I'd made up my mind, so I had. I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? You did that! But then you made an appearance, student law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So I get cold feet now. Yeah, I don't know anything about anything here. But I can't turn my back on him. The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Something that Cosmo would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. Hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Oh, fancy. A little extra, but fancy nonetheless. I don't know if we need, like, the fires. Oh! Okay. It's palpable, isn't it? So different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It was both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Oh, yeah! I do remember now seeing you play this a little bit and being like, whoa, there's multiple judges. But I had completely forgotten until this moment. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. Oh, my God! Will you look at that man? Oh my God. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. I'm arguing against fucking Dracula. I love it. Or what's the... Oh no, it is Dracula. I was gonna say the one from like Castlevania, but that's also Dracula. This must be the Reaper of the Bailey. Yeah, I was gonna say Alucard, but that's the one that actually like climbs up, right? Like you play as Alucard and like kill Dracula. I've never played Castlevania. Which is, you know, that's Drax's son. Oh, is it really? Yeah, I had no idea. Yo, imagine having a kid and just naming them your name backwards. It wouldn't work for me. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? He looks like he's definitely said it's not a phase before, and he was entirely correct. It was not a phase, that's just who he is. Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Oh. Those eyes please me. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Alright. Dude, let's dial it down a little bit. Oh, Nippon is another name for Japan. Gotcha. A cold shiver just ran down my spine. All the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yeah? He's been accused of murder. Based on Nihon, which is how you say Japan in Japanese. Gotcha! Oh! Oh, hold on one second. Let me double check something. Because, like, that was pretty cool information. So, okay, that mind blown. The professional baseball league in Japan is like the NPB, and it stands for Nippon Professional Baseball. And like now that makes sense to me. Now I get it. That's pretty cool. I learned something today. It's a learning stream. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this? Foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. even if the fellow's a student from some little island off in the Far East. It's not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance. I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. What a fine gentleman London has in him! Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please may we go up and play in Mr. McGilded's park? Seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded. And most laudable sentiment. So, like, before this actually begins, just so everyone's aware of where my head's at, it's gonna come out that this dude almost certainly looks like he did it. And that's the real reason no one wants to, like, defend him, right? Because it's gonna be, like, the evidence is gonna be, like, devastating, isn't it? And we're like, oh, how are we supposed to get out of this one? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need to hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your oh! The jury! Duh. Are you ready to proceed? Yes. Oh. You're far too eager to send people to the gallows. We should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Oh my gosh. How did y'all make it through jury selection? Good grief. I feel like one of the first questions they ask you is, like, to find out if you're, like, eager to throw people in jail when they get rid of you. Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. Alright, see, these two are more my speed. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Okay, these 3 are much more my speed. You know, just like writing, drinking, doing some relaxing activity. Mr. Naruhodo, these people are the jury. Yes, that's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right, I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Don't underestimate Barrick's reputation. Oh yeah, they did say that people are afraid to go against him, huh? My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why do you have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. Court welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. We must be the only ones here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice Fired Mason. Sorry, Thrice Fired? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here's the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. And one further item of evidence, which we'll get to in a second. Thrice fired Mason, 54, brickmaker. 10 to 11 p.m. Stabbed once in an omnibus. Died to internal hemorrhaging resulting from trauma. My favorite and second favorite characters? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I always get really excited when chat is like, yo, you're about to meet someone you're gonna love. Because like chat's almost never wrong on this. Almost never. Chat gets me. I'm not a complicated person. But like it's nice to be completely understood. Okay, a button's missing. Nice mustache. Anything in the windows? No. What's over here? Nothing of note. Okay. So the main thing of note is there's a button missing, I think. It's a gold button. Looks kind of similar to like the thing that he threw at us in the lobby. I think that's both things. Okay. And one for the item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. Hey, Marcher. How's it going? And these are good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood. I knew it! I knew it was gonna look absolutely devastating. I'll be like, wait a second. Hold on. Flipped a gold coin at me. Oh yeah, it was a gold coin at you, wasn't it? A guinea, I think they called it. Listen, the chief inspector dude told us that it was an open and shut case, basically. And like, I guess he never specified in which direction. But I was led to believe that that there was some like very flimsy evidence and they just needed someone to stand here. And it's not that, is it? I will accept these as evidence as well. Okay. How did I get into this? I'm back into the corner before I've even started. Circle gloves. Okay, so the glove is only on the inner palm of the left hand. Which is interesting. Because he flipped the coin with his right hand. Which would make me believe he's right-handed. Oh no, that is the right-handed glove. Yeah, I had it backwards. Yeah, I see the opening now. Okay. Yeah. Well, alright. So much for that then. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Nothing will come grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with the coin in his right hand. Ah! See? I was, like, my mind was in the right place. But, If only even left-handed. See? See? It's like this game remembers that they gave you a case before in a previous trilogy where, like, being left-handed versus right-handed was actually, like, a huge deal in the case, so that they knew you would look at that first, and they just, like, write it off the bat, be like, nope, that ain't gonna be the answer this time. Get to it. I think, well, an either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Okay, alright, alright, alright. Continuing. Oh, there's more! According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at a time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. Good name. Good name. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. That's a good point, by the way. Elegant. I want y'all to know that at this moment, the one thing I'm thinking about is how immensely robbed I was of seeing Cosima and Van Zeeks, like, go toe-to-toe. I would have geeked out so hard. Well, rather damning circumstance, to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded! To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilton, so it is. And when I open my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me, the body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. That's not all of it. There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. How are there multiple witnesses if we were the only 2 people in there? Oh. This is going poorly. Order, order, order. When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Oh my god, you're so extra. I love this guy. Oh. Why are the characters in this game so good? Why do I, like, enjoy all of them? This was not the case in the first one. Like, sure, I liked Edgeworth. You know, I liked Maya and Mia. You know, I like Francesca, but, like, you know, Gumshoe was only okay, and, gosh, so good, so good. Everyone in this game is so good. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses, first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Oh, look at these people. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the Far East. I don't know why I went with that accent. Bruce Fairplay, I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. I make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. Yeah, the animations are really good in this game. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Oh my god, look at the hat. Look at the hat. It keeps falling off. Lady first makes hats for gents. Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. I'm also a big fan that in this game the judges are like incredibly competent, it seems. And not like super goofy. Alright. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus. And then I saw it too. Okay, so you didn't actually see it. Because you didn't stop until you saw the scream, until you heard the scream. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. You know, you could have just said yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. You know, there's very few things as daggering as this level of condescension. If I ever like made a point that I thought was good to someone and they just looked at me and said how quaint, I think I would just die. Like that would be it for me. Especially if it ended up me being wrong. Like, how do you come back from that embarrassment? How quaint. Well, it's been good. See you later. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Yeah, Naruhodo resigned. Packed his bags, went back home. Spent the rest of his days in, like, you know, a small town. Population of, like, 80. Forward, rebot, forward. But you're in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus? No? We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. What? The entire carriage? Bailiff! Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Oh my god! They literally brought it into the thing. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Oh, we got diagrams. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. Let's point out to our foreign guests. But there's a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Oh. The penny drops at last, I see. These two gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on the omnibus when the murder took place. That's how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes sense. This is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. The omnibus has been entered into the court record. Okay, well, I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Well, we're gonna look at it. Here's the door handle. Oh. Oh, this is cool. That's blood that's soaked in the seat. The victim's obviously. That seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. You really stabbed someone in full view of the other passengers like that? It was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here. Perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. I would agree with that. For the great exhibition. A lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower. The centerpiece of the whole exposition, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement. The seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. And only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really. An English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she would have to be seated in here. A woman in a kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? Yeah, and they should have more pockets. The seat has a handle, it seems. Oh. All sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. Doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Okay, same thing. Poster for the exhibition. Oh, okay, same thing. Quite large skylight. No handle or catch of any description. Can't be opened from inside the cabin. Perhaps that's the real price you pay to stay out late, being out in the cold. Oh. There's no door on this side. There's a ladder. Oh! Phoenix Wright Omnibus! That's a nice little... Yeah, weird Easter egg. Okay, I think I got the gist of everything. Okay. Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I can help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. I already did. Let's continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Humph. Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Rinosuke. Focus. I do that to me every day before stream. What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so had few customers. I remember it well.
Hold it!
Sometime after 10, wasn't it? They seem fine. Yeah, they still seem fine. Nobody fled the scene of the crime then. Last bus of the day. Okay. I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? With it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run. I spent that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. Victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage? That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. Oh, it's very apparent? Okay. There's a lamp on the inside. The two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. I can be so sure. Mr. McGill is a gentleman of rather small stature. Couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There's no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. So someone could have sat in like the thingamabob, the compartment. Reach over and punch a knife. You saw the exact moment it happened? Can I testify to that? Or a fair, dinkum, hard-working city banker is not considered trustworthy these days. My lord. Juror number 3? What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Can't fool me. Oh my god. No point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. That's precisely what I was about to say. As a foreman of the jury, it is my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. What is happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes. It seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... So very best make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried. Now, was that a punishment for me pressing everything instead of, like, specifically things that mattered? Or is that just, like, how that works? Okay. I just want to make sure that I wasn't, like, messing up here. I tried to stab him. I screamed I did. I couldn't help it.
Hold it!
You stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right. I sat up on the roof seats. Little gent sat next to the fellow that was stabbed. So here's the thing, though. Assuming the little gent's the one on the left, in like the fancy suit. It's not a game fail state, it's progression. Gotcha. I remember seeing the little gent sitting on the fellow on the left. Okay, so the guy on the right's the one that got stabbed. The one on the left is our guy. There are no gloves on the guy on the left. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absentmindedly around. But I happened to look down through the skylight. It was taken right from his belly, that huge great knife. From sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. Jury look like they're even more convinced. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. Well, let me get some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Is this the knife? Oh, good grief, yes, that's it. The very one. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, Counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. For Magnus, perhaps? Or McGilded, possibly? Take your pick. Seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake. There are M's everywhere. Like in Mason.
Objection.
This play is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but compelling. The murder weapon has been entered into the court record. Yes, juror number 2. Mr. McGill is a pillar of society and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, Those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Dispose of the rubbish. No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I'm now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Not again! That's 4 out of 6 jury members who've proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more info, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose we'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But, alright. I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. He's collapsed on the floor, he was. By the passenger, you were referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker? And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand, like this. By the other passenger, you were referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunged it down like this. No! No. Because you said it wasn't until the scream happened that you turned and saw. But the other guy said that he saw it and then screamed. So the order of operations here does not work. The question is, I now know what I need to, I know the thing I'm trying to say. I gotta figure out how the game wants me to say it. Because the timeline is wrong for what this guy's saying. This guy is making shit up. I like how his mustache is at horseshoe. This is too unkind, sir. 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. What can I do for you? Here are the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh yes, I certainly have. So I've got my hearing, you know. Why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day, and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know. Put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. Can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. A man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Can we go to the Gilded Public Library later? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of man is he? The philanthropist, Magnus McGilded, has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Oh my god! I'm gonna be, like, absolutely in love with this dude. Oh my god. Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? McGilded lends money at extraordinary rates of interest so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of public omnibus? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused Magnus McGilded. Oh my god. Let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious. The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. Oh, you make a compelling argument, friend. I don't believe it. Hold it! If I might add something briefly. Mr. Sato. You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where's the evidence to support your claim? Oh my god! Please swirl it! Swirl it! Yes! Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollowed chalice in a court of law. There it is! Lord Venzeek's hallowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the far east could show great courage. But I didn't expect to experience it myself. Yeah. As a judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You'll find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. Everyone in this game is so over the top and extra in all the best ways. A marvelous toast, counsel. I would gladly accept this new evidence. The debtor's ledger has been entered into the court record. Genuinely the funniest prosecutor's ever been. Look, so far, this guy has been hilarious, and then just basically, you know, tore down the predatory loan practices that, like, result in so many people being, you know, destitute. And how we should not be, like, admiring those that acquired their wealth from those means. And I'm just like, yeah, you know, while looking spiffy as hell and, you know, filling the hallowed chalice in the courtroom. Gave it a little swirl and everything. I love this guy. Oh, yeah, like, debtors' prisons were, like, very real things, and I won't get too much into it, but, like, I know it's not quite the same thing, of course, but I have had at least 2, and, like, the argument could be made 3 friends in my life that have gotten into, like, the bad predatory pay loan cycle, where they basically had to get a loan out from, like, one of those payday loan places to, like, make a payment on something, and then got their paycheck, and it all had to go back to that loan because, like, the rates are absurd. And then they had to get another loan out so they could make their payments for the next month. And it's just, like, a never-ending cycle. And, like, they couldn't get out of it. It's absurd and unreasonable and, like, should not be a thing. So, while it's not quite as bad as, like, the way it used to be, I'm sure, like, still a very serious, like, thing going on. Ugh. Something like half of all prisoners were non-repayment of debts at the time. Really? Oh, see, that I did not know. Jeez. $20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute! Let's think about this a little more. I don't stand for nonsense. Oh. I lost. That was it. Last juror's decision. What you got for me, Sasato? Save me. According to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict? It's over then. There's a footnote, though. However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Objection! Mrs. Otto, just tell me one thing. Yes? You were in the middle of saying something before? The footnote? What did it say next? When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. And the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Mrs. Otto? The so-called summation examination? Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponese. Alright, Miss Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what, exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions? Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence a jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Ah, but that's where you've made your fatal mistake, my friend. Your fatal mistake is assuming that I have self-respect. I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. summation examination. Our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out, or admit defeat? Assert our right! The defense wishes to assert its right into a summation examination, my lord. London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on Earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very high standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried. But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Eh? Well, I'm not, there's no mention of this in the letter I've received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached that decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decision and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. My lord, you're really putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. I seem to have thrown the jurors off. Juror number 4 is kind of like my vibe. Just like off in their own little world. Focusing on writing. Focusing on like their task. Seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then. The summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial around. Ba, 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 ba. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most heinous crime. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. There was a storage thing in the carriage. Could have been anyone hiding in there. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. Poor memory. He had the timeline wrong. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I've simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. Huh! Hold on. I was not a math major, although, well, I mean, I did a lot of stats work. Like, stats was huge, and it's like technically math, I guess. But perhaps someone else in chat can help me. If the fares are 4 pence, and there were 4 passengers, how many pence should the guy have collected? Because he said he collected 20. He said he collected 20. And if I do my math, hold on, I gotta carry the 1. There's someone else that was on board. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. Was he on the floor? He was sitting on the chair. Oh my god, you're all idiots. What an accurate representation of, like, the jury system. You have to, like, hope that a bunch of people have no idea what they're doing come to the, like, the correct conclusion. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Of course, I say that tongue-in-cheek. Jury systems are great. I'm just, like, trying to be funny. Much better than one person. Okay. Just not Miss Naruhodo. I love her little book. Is that how it works? If you reach conclusions by their own reasoning, your pleas will sound like excuses. It could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Outside what I've read about British law, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? The key to this procedure is using the juror's own words to make your arguments. 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in this courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says. See if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. Oh, this is cool! So it's contradictions what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. Similar to a regular cross-examination. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another. Stop, stop! Start proceedings. I'm going to ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Jury examination.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, counsel. Me? What have I said? I swear on Silver Blaze's name, or mane and name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right, I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. You are a very valuable jury member, thank you. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. Literally. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, there was a 5th person! It's distinctly possible. There was another passenger we've heard nothing about! Good gracious! Oh, I like this. This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, Oh, look at Sasato, she's so proud of herself, and she should be. According to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo! Hey, we did it! Yeah, it's a very nice gimmick. It's all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, she's so happy! We can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds. We can force the trial to continue. 2 more. There's something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. But 2 more jurors against each other. Shows another contradiction. You can do it! I really like this mechanic. I also really liked the great deduction mechanic. This game's really good. Next to him.
Objection!
Those 2 statements are completely contradictory! I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. Oh, that's cute. What's all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean? We've heard from more than 1 witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, and I like the animation of him pacing. Juror number 3. Can you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the banker said. That was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true. Now then, juror number 6. What can I do you for, young man? How do you say the defendant stabbed the victim? Oh, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He said the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. It's like the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. They're stabbed in totally different directions. Bless my stitches. Oh my gosh, bless my stitches is great. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? I can't abide by people telling lies. Wait, now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Dark Jinx! Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if 2 witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he sat next to him on the omnibus. And this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, let's say it didn't happen like that, What are you calling a dandy? What are you calling old? They're ready to kill each other now. But could he be right? Did the 2 witnesses see 2 different moments? No, because of the bloodstains. Out of the question. There's no bloodstain on the floor. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. Show me some proof. Now the question is, is it the picture? Or is it the bloodstain on the couch? I'm going to go with the picture.
Take that!
Okay, so it is the other one. Oh, is it? Hold on. A single stab wound. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. Which makes one stab in the abdomen. Only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Alright, I can see defeat. The trial continues! We've done this in Naruhodo. We've won! What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. We had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if a chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Oh my god. Ugh. I did not like that animation. In a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there's no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Zeeks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Uh-oh, the chalice is being filled. Give it a swirl. Yep, there it is. Oh! Oh, he's angry now. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine content of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. Is it cold in here? Or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination, so I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. No matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No. And why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Oh! The cape is off! Bring forth the witnesses once more. Witnesses, I trust you've heard the summation examination we have just had to endure. Oh yes, sir. That I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh yes, sir. I heard it. You, sir, on the end. The coachman. I believe it's Beppo. Yes, sir. My lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Yo! They're actually, like, bringing up perjury. And being like, nah, you can't just come up here and, you know, lie about shit. Too serious for that. We're call on you to testify before the court again. You explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it. But, well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the butt. Oh, no! He's overcharging people and pocketing the difference. Oh, Beppo. You know what? I respect it. Like, I don't like it. But it's... I guess it's better than you, like, knowing there was another person there and hiding the fact that they killed someone and tried to, like, pin it on someone else. Charging 5 pence instead of 4 pence and pocketing the difference is, like, at least a lesser crime. We no longer stand Beppo? Yeah, we're no longer huge Beppo fans. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I've said before stands. Oh yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned English friend never existed. My learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little... cozenage? I'm going to guess it's like a synonym for like grift or something. But I've not seen that word before. Hold on, let's check. It was a learning stream earlier today. Let's let it continue to be a learning stream. Cozenage. The practice of deception or trickery. Pronounce.
Cozenage.
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 Okay. You got me. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last round of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. It would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely.
Hold it!
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Excuse me.
The last statement, did it trouble you in some way? Not particularly, sir, no. If anything, he's troubling me with that hat of his. Has he greased his head? Oh dear, I hope my hat's not troubling you, sir. I'm still just an apprentice, you see. I wish it were that simple. Oh.
Hold it!
Quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. I suspect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. The fellow holding the handle was the famous man. You didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I thought I did, but when I go over again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing. Oh! Oh, okay, I see what y'all mean by, like, it's incredibly obvious. I was looking for different animations than normal. That's why I checked on, you know, the hat person over here. Lady first.
Excuse me.
There's something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Listen to me. I know what you're thinking. You didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Ask me or telling me. He's even flustered. They really wanted to make it a missable thing. Yeah. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. I can do that. I'll tell you just how grim it was. You have to forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands?
Objection.
Blood-soaked hands? I bet that soak might be laying on a little thick, but... Anyway, there's definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar... why can't I ever say that word? Peculiar. Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Ah, shit! Remember that picture when I said, but look, our guy's not even wearing gloves? Well, now this is a bad thing. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Yeah. But no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here, then. That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said, hurrah! It was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
I like how they made the font for Van Zeek's objection so fancy. It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one. But the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. I'm telling you, I gotta practice the like the limp four fingers point, because it looks really cool. You know, I'm more of a closed fist, one finger pointing out if I'm like pointing in a direction. But I gotta try this open-handed like point he's got going on. Maybe then I'll be more elegant.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upsetting members of society don't prevaricate. I don't know that one either. He's claiming to have no reason to lie, but is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo! If we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying. Oh! I never checked the ledger! Did I? Prevaricate is a lie? Gotcha. You really think we ought to look inside? Sounds like we know of any London gentry personally, is it? Aside from Erlock Sholmes. We do not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Let's see what we find. Show me the banker's name. Fair play! Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar. The witness is testifying at this very moment. Of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas? The payment date is fast approaching. Possible this is just a coincidence, of course. But this could be very useful information. Has been updated. I have evidence. Evidence that would clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. Hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. I really like the music. I was like moving the cursor to it.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. A list of innocent victims, crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? What of it? I suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Bad thoughts entered my head for a second. Mr. Fairplay, Is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Yeah, that's perjury, friend. And we've already established London takes perjury seriously. Ordar! 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 Mr. Fair play. Yeah? Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you, or did you not, see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. I've never heard silence quite so loud. Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. McGilded's hands, both of them. And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. Also, if his hands are covered in blood, he wasn't wearing gloves if he was the murderer. Because the gloves have blood on the outside. Right? Does that logic hold? I guess technically there could be like a situation where like, he had the glove on at first and then took them off, but like, that doesn't make much sense to me. Can I speak, sir? The thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? The fact that the gloves are on the bloody hand is assumed. Yeah, but you see what I'm saying, right? Oh, I'm so dumb. Okay, so I'm a step ahead here. Because in the picture, the person next to the victim was not wearing gloves, right? So when I'm reading them say his hands are covered in blood, I'm assuming they're talking about gloveless hands. Because I've seen the picture that shows no gloves on. Hold on, I think I can pull it up, right? Oh, can I pull it up? Where was that picture? Oh, I think it was one of, like, the testimonies from looking down. But, like, I made a comment that, like, that was an actual picture. Gotcha. Okay. So, I've been very confused the past few minutes. Because I was sitting there thinking, the big discrepancy here is that they're saying the hands were bloody, but, like, the gloves themselves had blood on them. So, like, therefore, you know, there's an issue here. Thinking that someone else had done the stabbing with the, like, you know, with the gloves or something, right? Because, like, what did the guy say? The guy that we're defending said that who wouldn't try to help someone that they saw was bleeding when they woke up? So, in my head, I'm sitting there saying, like, oh, okay, the train of events is someone else stabbed him with the glove on. And then, like, dude woke up. Yeah. And then, like, you know, tried to, like, what do? You, like, put pressure on it, which got his hands all bloody. And that's what, like, I don't know. Now I've confused myself. But I think I'm on the right page now. When they say hands, they're just assuming the gloves are on. So the issue is just the fact that the glove only has blood on one side. We're going to need further testimony from all of you witnesses. I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Again, I really like how this game is treating the judges as, like, extremely competent and, like, no nonsense. Like, in the first trilogy, don't get me wrong, I enjoyed the judge character. But, you know, sometimes the judge would be, like, super aloof and, like, goofy. And these judges are having no part of any tomfoolery in their courtroom. Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment of the stabbing, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard the scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. No! Because if you remember the view from the top of the carriage, your bench is at like one edge, and so you can see the two people there, but you couldn't see the people sitting below you. There's a diagram somewhere, right, of the carriage? Lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. Let me go back in here real quick, hold on. Yes. See. Oh wait, hold on, maybe you can. No, maybe you can see the whole thing. Okay. I apologize, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage. Yeah, damn, that's crazy. All of y'all have been lying your asses off this whole time. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's not what testimony is about. Let's examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there's no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. There's blood on both hands of the assailant. No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have gloves that the defendant was wearing on the night in question in court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless I know what I saw, and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He steadfastly refused to admit that he might be mistaken. But why? Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers. I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment. You're really glad these games keep the group testimony mechanic from the latent crime? Yeah, I really like the group testimony. And I know... I feel like a broken record sometimes. Where, like... I just keep saying the same thing. You know, oh, I really like this mechanic. I really like this mechanic. I really like this mechanic. But I do like all of the mechanics they've introduced from the that are new to this game from the original trilogy, because I liked the original trilogy, and I really liked the end of number 2 quite a lot. Like, I thought both of the first and the second game like really popped off at the end really well. But one of my struggles with it was that, like, there was a lot of time in it where it kind of felt like, okay, this is a very repetitive cycle. I kind of understand. Let's kind of, like, get to the next point, please. Whereas this game, it's faster paced, and they added a whole bunch of different types of things to, like, make it flow a lot better. And I think the end result is it's got like all of the positives of the first trilogy that I liked, and then it's so far vastly improved on some of like the little things I got bogged down in. And now I've got like a variety of gameplay. We've got the investigations, we've got the trials, we've got the jury thing, we've got the great deduction. We've got the thing where you have to like look and see who else on the stand is like freaking out so you can shift to them. It's far from the strongest entry in either series, but season story is pretty good. Yeah, I've liked it so far. Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about the Professor Layton game. I gotcha. Yeah, I want to play that too, because I loved my time with Professor Layton in the Curious Village. I really enjoyed that. But yeah, so far, and I'm always like really happy when you have a game series that like it does like so many really good things in its initial run, and then like it learns from it and kind of like makes the game even better to play while maintaining a lot of like the things that made the first go so successful. You know, we talk about that a lot when I'm playing Persona 3, right? Like there are issues in Persona 3, but I know that they went and fixed them in their next things, and so like they don't really bother me. This game's really good. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well you know. But for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Humph. Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? That's not entirely not what I was hoping for. Like, this, you have to strike this dude's stuff from the record, right? Like, at this point, it doesn't matter what he says or saw. Like, you're just an unreliable witness now, and you just need to go away. Like, we have established not only that you had financial incentive for this trial to come out one way, and we have not only have clear evidence that you have, in the very best interpretation possible, exaggerated the things that you saw and knew. But now you're also admitting that you were kind of hoping that he was guilty. Like, why are you still here? Bailiff, take him away. Like, not to jail or nothing. Just, like, strike all of his stuff from the record, move on. I'm not a lawyer, chat. I have no idea if that's how it's supposed to work. It just seems like it should. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the Derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend that's a shirt. Gosh. Let me tell you, the number of stories I have of people that I was like, you know, friendly with or like acquaintances with that unironically did things like this, where they're like, no, I'll just borrow money, then I'll like win it back, and then I'll be good. And I'm like, no, that's, you know, that's called a problem, friend. I did spend a lot of time doing like the poker thing, but I was very good about being disciplined and not like, you know, getting in trouble with it. I have seen with my own eyes like what like the bad part of gambling can do. I've seen far like more people than I care to admit like kind of go off the deep end. Although that was a long time ago. Like that was that was years and years ago. I've not really done much of that in quite a while. Since before I was streaming, actually. Like, I'll play poker, like, now and again. Like, every few months, maybe. Just as, like, something to do. But it's definitely not like the way it used to be. Oh, banker, no one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. You may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. The witness's scruples are not on trial. They absolutely are, though, dude! If you have a financial and personal investment in the trial going a certain way, and you have at least exaggerated, realistically lied about things that have happened in an effort to make the defendant look guilty, like, you absolutely are a relevant person to be, like, interrogating on this part. Proceed to the next witness. No, of course not. One day, an Ace Attorney game is just gonna, like, have the judge go, oh, please get off the witness stand. Like, strike that from the record. Move on. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. You definitely saw it too? Both hands? Know what you want to say? Only one of the gloves has been signs of blood. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilded sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing— Oh! We're getting to that! Okay. Okay. We're getting to that. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. Okay, so I was right this whole time! I was just a little ahead of the game. That's fine. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands? This is puzzling indeed. Okay, so someone else stabbed him. The end. There's a fifth person that was hiding in the storage compartment. This must be significant somehow. I'm sure of it. It's an important tool that we'll use for later. I didn't actually see anything myself. Not until I heard that scream. Although I think I got that, that line wrong. Say, no sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before. Very sorry. It's very wrong of me to make up stories, say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. So you saw nothing's not right either. I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets. Oh, please. You didn't even see that? It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. My head was fairly frozen solid. Avoid travel in the last omnibus service. When I went and visited my old roommate up in Boston, it was like a chilly, like fall night, and we all went out drinking and caught like the last tram, like the last little tram back towards our hotel, like me and the people I traveled with. And we ended up like taking the wrong tram, and so we had to walk back like 30 minutes across the city in the cold. Don't recommend it, but it was nice. It was like a funny experience now, but ooh, it gets cold. Those late night post drinking walks. Scary place at night. I'm trying to think of where we were at. We were like, see, the problem is if I say we were by a school, that doesn't really narrow it down, does it? Because there's a lot of schools in Boston. Beppo! Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage.
Hold it!
Yeah, it's also enormous. And everything you saw at the end. Yeah, so, like, I still remember we were sitting on the tram waiting for our stop because we knew what, like, the street name was supposed to be. So every time they said, we're at this one, we're like, okay, it's not that one. And then eventually, like, the tram driver stops and turns around and she's like, this is the last stop. Like, where are y'all trying to go? And we told her and she's like, oh, no, that's the wrong one. And we were like, oh, okay. And she's like, yeah, you're going to have to walk down that way about, like, 20 to 30 minutes. So that's what we did at, like, 1 in the morning, 1:30 in the morning. Because I was surprised that a major city like that, their public transportation, like, stops at a certain point. Because if I recall correctly, when I went to both Chicago and New York City, like, their public transportation was just, like, 24/7. But, I mean, maybe I'm mistaken. It was a long time ago when I went to those two places. FAU to the Final Four? Holy crap. I grew up, like, right down the street from FAU, like, within 10 minutes drive. That's so cool. That's awesome. FAU was the school I was going to go to if I, like, decided to stay home in college. Like, for college, instead of, like, moving out. That's crazy to see that they're in the Final Four. Holy crap. It's been crazy this year. I was talking to one of my friends who's like a big college basketball fan. And he was telling me that like because I mentioned how like crazy March Madness has been this year because like there's no number 1 seeds anymore. And there's only like 1-2 seed. And he was saying that they changed like transfer rules, like portal rules, similar to how football has it now. It might have been at the same time. And so like a lot of the middling schools are able to pick up players that they wouldn't have previously been able to. Because there's like more incentive for players that aren't quite getting the playing time they want to like transfer to a smaller school and like they can play immediately. And that's one of the big reasons why you're seeing a lot of like mid-level schools kind of like competing really well. Boston always has a time when the trains and subway stop. Trains insignificantly sooner. Yeah, because I remember it was like it was somewhere between 12 and 1. It wasn't even like 2 in the morning or anything. Yeah, and it was like a Friday night. For the skylight. Boston was really nice though. I really enjoyed like the atmosphere. I would love to live in a city where like everything was walkable. Where like, I just leave my place, walk around to the stores or bars or something, hop on like a subway or a tram or something if I have to. And just like be able to just get around on foot. Gosh, I hate how far everything is here. I have to go get like something looked at on my car and it's gonna be like a freaking 30-minute adventure each way. Luckily it shouldn't be too expensive. You love Boston Visit? Yeah, I loved it too. It was just like a really nice little city. Not little, but you know what I mean. Like I loved the vibe. Of course, part of that is, you're visiting, the people you're with are taking you out to like all the cool things to see. It's very different when you actually live there. I understand all that. But, I enjoyed my time there. Boston's medium? Yeah, so it's kind of interesting whenever like that stuff, because like, a good example of growing up in South Florida, we got that a lot, and especially spending, time in the Orlando area, people come visit and talk about how amazing it was. And I'm like, yes, it's amazing because I'm taking you to all the cool things to do. And you're like jam-packing it all into like 4 days. It's a little different when you're actually living there, and then you like notice the things that are annoying, like the traffic and various issues like that. But visiting, I love my time in Boston. The glass wasn't frosted over. I was shivering, it was so bitter. Why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place? I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right. And it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yeah, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. You only go to boss for specific things like cons and stuff. I still want to do a con. I've never done a con. I really want to. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Do they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? They might not have been able to. Let me just confirm one thing. The commute to PAX is very convenient. Yeah, I think like PAX is going on right now or something, isn't it? I think I saw something from like Final Fantasy 14 where Yoshi P said something from like a PAX thing. It is? Yeah. Because he was there for like Final Fantasy 16 or something. You were riding the omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight on the floor of the upper deck. They have Square and Nintendo? Oh, nice. There was some big 16 thing today. Yeah, so I'm not really reading too much about 16. Because, like, I'm basically at the point where if I have a PlayStation 5, I'm going to get Final Fantasy 16, like, on release. And if I don't, then I can't play it. But at some point, I will want to play it. And I don't really want to, like, spoil myself on things. I know, especially because like I know who's in charge of it, right? It's Yoshi P. They've got Soken to do the music, and they've got is it Ishikawa to do the story, and like I believe that's correct. I believe I have that correct. Once that got announced, they sold out immediately. Last year you could buy a Friday Pass on Thursday, but as soon as they said Square and Nintendo were there, it's just like immediate sellout. Yeah. Jeez, I can't believe FAU made the Final Four. That's right, yes. In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would be out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Enough hypothetical meandering. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh. I will uphold the prosecutor's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated?
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other. Which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah, I was correct about this too. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have completely been unaware of it. Oh, I bet it's great for sales for them, right?
Objection!
It's quite possible. Some phantom was sitting there. You have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. What? Oh, is it Masters? London head office? That's an M. They actually have an enormous booth that have had it for the last like 10 years. Oh, that's awesome. I don't think I have a name yet. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? This isn't just a case of going on, Miss Sasato. Most shows hold 2 to 3 different stores on either side, and they let get an entire row to themselves. Whoa! Yeah, so they're like a big player at like the con then, huh? Yeah, that's crazy. The defense would like to put forward a name. Oh. You were a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Oh! The one that was obscured from view was... The one that was obscured from view... Wait, no. Hold on. Who? No. They're not asking me who the killer is. They're asking me who was obscured from view, and that would be Magnus. Because if they saw the killer lunge over and stab with bloody hands, and Magnus didn't have blood on his hand, Magnus was the one that wasn't visible. The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Oh my god! Van Zeke's is fucking furious. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollow chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. He's incredible. Lord Van Zeeks! People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. I agree, buddy! My point is, the defendant wasn't the assailant. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The gloves! The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection.
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and the testimony reveals the truth. There was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify, and the victim's blood was on the passenger's hands, both of them. And who was this third party? I don't fucking know. The true culprit. Extraordinary. Ordar! 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 What exactly are you postulating? Postulating's a good word. The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. Yo, I'm gonna make the finger point an emote, just like I made the thumbs up. I don't know if everybody would see shit, but like, it's gonna happen. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes? The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. That's right. Both gentlemen most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen spout? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. Yes, he was asleep! And then someone came on, went shank shank, and then came off. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Ordar! There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord? Demand his testimony. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Need a little time to consider this. Hear what he has to say. Get the man out here. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. Something needs doing, get it done. Ain't what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes. That would be lovely. The jury says the man must be heard. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick little break here. Let me save. and get me some food. I've got some like food I can heat up in like 5 minutes. Let me take a little quick dinner break, which we do on these longer streams sometimes. I'll put the break screen on. Oh, that's not what we wanted. Now what's going on with that? There we go. Okay. Cool. So, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get me some food. Give me about like 5-ish to 10 minutes. Thanks for hanging out. All right, thanks for being patient with me. Food in me. New water right next to me. Alright. Let's get back to it. There are two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin, as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? But God, no, 'tis not my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. Truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all, or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true? Aye. It was me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... what? We have a Star Rail release, April 26th, which is also her birthday. Oh, that's cool. I'll have to look into that. I don't know if I need another, like, gacha game now that, like, Arknights has consumed my every waking moment. Oh, by the way, speaking of Arknights, Bamfy, if you perhaps get the opportunity at some time in the future, could you get my Splashcaster friend back as, like, a usable person for me? If not, no big deal. Like, Golden Glow is also great. Yeah, Arknights has like... Yes, I sure do! I just don't know how to say that name. And like last time I tried, you laughed really hard, so I didn't want to say it again. Yes, yes. The core caster that invalidates all Splashcasters. With more Ys. Ayafayala? Ayafayala? Ayafayala. Damn it. Aya. Okay. Ayafayala. 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 Oh, if that's close, that's actually not that hard. Aya. It's Aya? Oh, okay. Yeah, is that like the community's shorthand? Oh, Aya. 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 It's gonna be great. You'll tell me and I'll play it too. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I'll definitely try it. I'll definitely add it. It might just like replace Genshin. I haven't been Genshining too much. Like, I didn't get Daya and I was just like, alright, whatever. Yes, yeah, that was the reason I was asking. I've been trying to do Dorothy's Vision 8 again, 3 stars, because it's the last one I need to do for 3 stars. I got really, really close using someone's Neural the Radiant Knight, and just like attacking the thing almost immediately with her. She seems awesome, by the way. I have completed 2 of the EX stages. One of them was 3 stars, one of them was not, and both of them were ones where I, like, borrowed a character. Yeah, she seemed great. I got it down to the point where I got it down to like the very lowest part of its second health bar, and like the robot were all that was left. But like the robot just overwhelms me, like the robot that comes from the bottom right, and then it like collapses on me from there. But I'm getting close. Okay, with juggling 2, 3 is not advised. Yeah, that was my concern. I can juggle 2 of them. I've juggled, you know, Arknights and Genshin, or like Genshin and you know, other things that have daily quests and stuff, but 3 just seems like a lot. But I wouldn't mind trying, especially like coming in on the ground floor. Coming on the ground floor sounds pretty fun. Yeah, Radiant Knight seemed awesome. I also tried it with, I tried it with Dorothy. I actually beat EX2 with Dorothy. I think it's your Dorothy, too. Which was really fun, because I just basically played Bomberman. I didn't get the 3 stars, because one thing escaped right at the end. But, like, I didn't even care about the robots, because I just killed them. You have free stuff you do? Yeah, can you post that in, like, the various games thing? So I can remember to do it? I appreciate it. Then I've got Texas up to like level 50-ish, E1. I've got Amiya up to level 70 E1, so I gotta like start working on getting those like super chips. So I can like level her up to E2. Texas has been great. Been having fun with it. Arknights is great. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Benzeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nuttin' when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was... well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom, just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. The person sitting next to him was not a little child. This is nonsense. What is this guy doing? Why are you making my life difficult?
Objection!
Yeah, agreed. Prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak. Listen to the proceedings. Fire? What is going on? We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Oh, well, I paused at like the worst time. Sure. Oh, yeah, I saved at the worst time. What just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened. Mr. Sato, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. Then, could it be the other passenger? No! The other passenger was... My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. What's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about. But he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with a young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She's taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. The 20 pence. I love the animation for flicking the pages. You took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence. Now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That is strange. Thank you, officer. That picture from above was not the actual photo, so the witnesses in the game could be lying about the content. Gotcha. Okay. So basically, I need to stop treating the that overhead shot of like the 2 people sitting next to each other as if it's like actual evidence. Like, basically, don't get hung up on that. What? If it's not in the court record, it's prone to misrepresentation. Gotcha. Okay. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Mrs. Sato. Yo, Sasato is great. I love Sasato. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, hello. And who are you? She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. I believe you've established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier. Seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies a stand. Your name? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? If I may, my lord. I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is that this wee lass was here in the first place and why she tried to bolt like that. It's all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded. Give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. Witness testimony. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, Begorra! A loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a faint start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remain baffled. From what I gather, on the night in question, a young girl was indeed riding the omnibus. Yep. The 5th passenger. I really like her outfit. Defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. The young girl.
Hold it!
Okay. When we first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty. There was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger. Opposite the one in which the poor gentleman was stabbed was sitting. He's most comfortable. I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time. Okay. Then Begorra. A loud thud and a wee scream. Fall into the ground. Do you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed? Remember, I was asleep at the time. I wouldn't like to say. When the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage, but the fell on the floor. You didn't see anyone? At the same moment, you did hear a scream? From the seats above you? Not above me, no. It was from inside the cabin. I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes. There's a fellow collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I set him up on the seat across from me. You set him up? The victim, you mean? That I did, on the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? It's common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Why would that be? You wait to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. As you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Fortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them. Some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle of trouble. You just gonna leave the man there? Heavens alive, no. I was always intending to report it. Only I don't mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddle in. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Then I turned to find where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? Bless my, what was it? Bless my stitches? I'm sure you told the court there's no one else in the carriage. So I did. As far as I could see, that is. Well, that is a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under my backside. And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. We can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. It would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. And that's when I found her. There's a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. Tried to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. Sitting on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You said this young girl next to a corpse? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, gentlemen in my position can all too often find themselves in mortal danger. I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fellow's voice this time. Presumably, that screamer was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. Previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all. Well, they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. Surely plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl. After that, of course, with a scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. One conundrum remains. Who is the girl? And she ain't gonna say shit. Her name is Gina Lestrade. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. It's commonly called a pickpocket. This girl here, a petty thief? Ordar, is this true? You will answer the question. Oh! How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Ah, the girl, she's gone. Open your eyes. I'm over here. Like I said, everyone in this game is so extra. Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on. That's what's in your heads, ain't it? Not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth. That's a good facial expression. Look, knives for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. Okay, I love this lady. I'm a professional, alright. Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess. You don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs. Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day, down where they keep the four-wheel drags. Oh! Oh my god! Is this Sholmes' shit? Did she steal this from Sholmes? Cause like he had like one of those smoke guns, didn't he? It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Do not wave that thing in my direction again. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! The hallowed chalice is being filled! You admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question. Look at that look! That look is so sassy. So snarky. It's alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in the case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Yeah, you knew that, like, I would love this lady. God, I'm so predictable, but it is what it is. She's great. Alright, if I have to. Again, I am currently distraught at my inability to do, like, a proper, like, British accent. Because she deserves one. They're even trying to help me by, like, spelling words a certain way. So that I can, like, say it correctly. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. Pitch in the eye. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out my skin, I did. And the scream just came out. It's because of that the swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Yeah, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let the street urchin go. Oh, it's simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath this seat. Hey, where'd all the stuff go? This appears just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Hey, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there, because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. So you see, that's why I let the last bolt. I knew that if the police found her, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord. Not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of the less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord. This fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. Oh, what are we thinking on? Oh, did I say something stupid? My bad. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. We did it! We saved Bikini Bottom. Case over. It's 6-0. And you don't get to do your little, what was it called? Oh, what was it called? Summation? It rhymed. It was something summation. Summation examination, yes. Oh, what I meant was when I looked in there earlier and we opened the, when I looked in there earlier from the court record and we opened that thing, there was a bunch of stuff inside of it, like, what was it? Things that, like, fixed wheels and horseshoes and basically just, like, things. And then when we opened it just now, there was nothing in there. But I don't think it's relevant. It was just like the first thing that jumped in my head. It also could just be, you know, they oversight. Yeah, so my first thought was like during the whole commotion they took something because it was like incriminating evidence or whatever, but I don't think that's what happened. I think it was just like showing me the size and where she was. It's not a big deal. All 6 members of the jury consensual, because we just won, right? And they're leading to a verdict not guilty because jury summation is only for the defense, or summation examination is only for the defense. And clearly, someone with, you know, with such elegance and stature as Mr. Von Zieks would not debase themselves, lower themselves to the level of requesting one on their end, right? Naturally. So therefore, because it's 6, it's over. The case must be over. It has to be. We're victorious! We did it. We've won. Are you sure?
Objection!
Objection? I was not like, obviously I expected him to object and like the thing to continue, but I did not expect that. If the sight of my iron healed Wellington offends, pray to forgive discourtesy. That boot is enormous, by the way. It's bigger than the giant bottle of wine. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices, where evidence and reasoning should be paramount. Emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. The evidence has been tampered with. Oh! I noticed it! Oh! You got me good. You got me good with, like, the bug or oversight. I just, like, said, oh yeah, that makes sense, and just moved on with my day. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilded's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat! What? In the commotion! Yes! Ordar! Listen, if the size of my Iron Wellington offends, pray forgive me. Just keep the boot animation the rest of the trial. How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been affected, counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law, and I did. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Go ahead, you tell the court now, fella. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Von Zeeks. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? It wasn't empty. I don't know if giving this answer is helping my case. No, but you must answer the truth. As far as I remember, at least. When I first examined the compartment, the job of the attorney was to defend people. If you would like to rewind and go back in time, you will note that my answer was that the job is to find the truth. In a perfect world, but we don't live in one. And the fact that Ryunosuke thinks it's just to defend people is evidence of his naivety and inexperience as a lawyer. I rest my case. I am not doing a good job of that, by the way. I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure? What are you saying now, you daft daw? I thought you were on my side here. Hey, what's up with this dude? Something shady is happening. What game are you playing? I'm playing the one where I'm looking for the truth, not just to win. Some fuckery is afoot, and we will find out what it is together. You and me. In this intellectual dance we are doing. And, Lord Van Dyke, or Lord Manzeeks, if my truthful statement offends you, I apologize. Pray forgive me. Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As an advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. It's not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interest here, lad. Now then. Fella's memory is a curious thing, and not altogether reliable. Now the court must consider the facts. That there cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart. So it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why do I feel like something's not right here? Because something's clearly not right. Oh my god, did he do it? Oh, did he do it? Did they give me a case where he did it? Which I know is something that they did in a different way in a previous game. And I lost my mind when I realized it. I'd like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. The compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. Guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. Certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pick purse are lying. Oh, I do appear to be doing a bad job at this. Can't believe I was nearly taken in. Stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, a lot of them. You know, earlier I said juror number 5 was like, you know, my vibe. Juror number 3's growing on me. Or juror number 4, I meant. I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly a verdict of not guilty this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. Before we proceed any further, there's the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. Alright. So I snuck inside their carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. What's the point of spending a Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, isn't it? I suppose she means there's no point in spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. But I've always heard that you gotta spend money to make money. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, it does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified. One little scapegrace riding for free. The red conch of a driver always goes for some grub before its last run, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, no? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. Seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. It was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. Waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on my own in the god permit at least some of the time. That's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose? The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. This guy was sat on the seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch, I was totally stuck. You were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah, right. To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? Couldn't possibly be the culprit then. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place.
Hold it!
You couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me head, look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher say who's I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. You know what her hat reminds me of? Oh, what was her name? Is it Piper from Fallout 4? Who was like my favorite little companion for like most of the game. I never finished the game. I have a bad habit of not finishing those types of games. Like I'll get off onto like infinite side quests and then just like never finish the main story. It took me like 3 attempts of playing Skyrim to like actually finish the story. I got to like the Institute in Fallout 4 and then accidentally shot the person in the face and then like the quest ended and I was like, oh. And then I like stopped playing the game. When I say accidentally shot them in the face, I should clarify. I purposefully shot them in the face. I just didn't think it would actually do anything. But it did. I mean, I could have a look to see I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time the pastors plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, they say our Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. For that reason you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in a small dark place. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's option's choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? There's some reason she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. Anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there. Nothing else for it. And after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out my skin, I did. And the scream just came out. When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And then I'll scream involuntarily. That's right. And then I felt the cushion over my head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim. Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and added quick butchers while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke who would have fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilden's account. But then, the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never risk looking. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. And when Mr. McGilden discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place? I was scared stiff I was. He dragged me out and set me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason? Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Oh, how awful. Both my hands got covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog. Both our hands covered in blood? That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name, and what I was up to and all that. Then I heard something from up above. Someone screamed, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. Then the oarsers were drawn up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later. All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they are still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we could clinch the verdict we want. I think you're right, and I have this feeling something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Okay. 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 Let me look in here and make sure I got this. Wait, was this always here? No, I would have noticed blood being here the first time, right? Because I was coming to check this. No, I would have definitely noticed a big blood stain. Oh gosh, I can't wait till chat posts like a clip of me just not noticing the big blood stain earlier. Yeah, they've tampered with the evidence. They're on some sort of shit. Oh, Bamfy, you played that off so good. You played that off so good. Just like, oh yeah, must have been an oversight. I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like, it's just a little quick little scene where they're just showing you that she can fit in there. You have a decent history of it. It's not your first, it's not your first rodeo in this stream of like playing something off. I still remember the gas station attendant. Oh yeah, it's a gas station attendant. Oh, I'm reading too much into it? Oh, now I'm intrigued. Okay. Oh, okay. Let's go through our stuff again. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay. Thank you. Gotcha. That is good information. Is it? Yes! 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 Oh, wait, no. Never mind. No, damn it! This game knows like where my head's going like way too much and just like shuts it down immediately. I saw this and I started flipping around being like, this could be a W. I was like, this could be a W. And then they started talking about it, like if you turn it around, I'm like, yes, yes. And the game's like, no. Fool, idiot. Forgive me if the side of my iron whatever boot offends you. The chalice is being filled, it's about to get, you know, yeeted across the room. It may or may not be this one. Okay.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Well, no.
Oh! Hello!
Excuse me.
Did I miss that the first time, or is this new? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Council? I was wondering if Mr. Strahd's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no. 'Twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad. Shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. And I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder. Yeah, I suppose it does, maybe. Did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. There's no need to tell the whole world of me, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Mr. Strahd had heard something. Why not give us a vital new clue? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. Always a good move.
Hold it!
What a mug! So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was. Doesn't add up. What you just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. Seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. Hey! That is kind of a compliment. Thank you, Van Zeeks. So Van Zeeks realized it too. Yes! Yes, and that's why we're gonna tell the world what it was. What it is that we realized. Go ahead, Ryunosuke, Mr. Naruhodo. Tell everyone. You know, I understand. I know what it is, but you know, for those of them at home that don't. While she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring. But think. There's something else she should have heard. Are we talking about the thud? Oh, you should have heard the knock, right? Because they both said they knocked. Because hold on, let me go back here. It's not the autopsy report. It's not this picture that shows him stabbed. It's not the gloves. It's not the carriage. It's not the stabbing, it's not the ledger, so it's a person. Okay. By the presence of the following person? Oh wait, what? Well, now I'm having second thoughts. Oh! I see. Whoops. So it's not the knock. Something else you should have heard. It's the fact that once they knocked, that means the door was already locked, so the other person was in there, so they want the other person. They want the victim.
Take that!
Twice fired Mason? Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear. Is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus? Yeah! Gosh, I love her outfit. Ordar! Ordar! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGill did. That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the encased cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack on the seat cushion? He was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for the swell to leave? In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, the petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Would have been Zeke's. Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. He's dead right. How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Ah! She didn't even say anything. I don't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways, but I must say, I can't abide liars. Mr. Foreman, I don't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways, but I must say, I cannot abide liars. That's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. All the chalice is being filled? Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. Ah! What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amadon? Oh my god, why? Okay, so like, here's the thing. The licking of the knife is not the thing that bothers me. It's the tongue animation that is bothering me. This is Carnage. It's perfect. Turn number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going. I know. If we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilded's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. You got that technique, though? Yeah. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen. Those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Yeah, someone has a knife in the courtroom. The witness's last statement seems to reveal the critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? What? Counsel? What do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my education. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. Yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. He was in there already, there's another entrance, he was put there after he died? Ow. That hurt. Bang the shit on my elbow for anyone that was wondering what that sound was. We consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth. Yeah, it sounded like it hurt. Yeah, it did. Her statement is in fact the truth. It may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. Okay, so if we're saying this is the truth, and when the accused boarded the omnibus, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Carriage door was not heard opening. Okay, he would have seen him. What? There's no entrance. If the door wasn't opened even once, only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way. I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all of us to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. There's only windows. Fixed windows, which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Where is this entrance by which you proposed victim entered the cabin? Oh! The skylight!
Take that!
And that's why it was a thud and he was on the floor! They dropped him from the top! Was it the two other people? Were they all in cahoots? Oh! The skylight!
Objection!
Yeah, that never crossed my mind! Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words.
Objection!
The skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your addled-brained theory? Both Mr. McGill and Miss Lestrade said the same thing in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor, which had already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from a seat, having been assaulted with the dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witness described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry? Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. Or let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it. You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Might a humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGill did. To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but just a case of them being unable to say. I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Those two chaps on the roof? You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... Just what exactly are you insinuating here? You rotter, he said, you rotter! What are you insinuating? This is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. I'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker. And me, a very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. I'm so surprised they didn't go with like actual Mad Hatter, but very angry works really well too. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms. I protest too, you rotten scoundrel. Ordar. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. It's beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. Hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You've branded these gentlemen liars. You've intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know it's rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are you wasting time for? Get them to testify. Thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Testify! What's happening? The spectators in public gallery they're in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord. You would take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Refuting the accusation. We are the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear to that. Anything had happened while we were sitting, don't you think one of the other would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. False! The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. False! If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? False! False! The other noticing? We're innocent, I tell ya. Logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another. According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Yo! I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Juror number 3. Alright. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense. Over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Let me go double check this thing again, make sure there's nothing else. Okay. Oh, the victim. Oh, that's not a lie. Hold on. You never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Not once, never. Never met the man before, he said. Never. And you? Had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers.
Well, no. Excuse me.
What can I be doing you for? Not the remotest connection? Is that right now? I wonder. What are you insinuating now? Oh, Mr. Fairplay. It has been too long, so it has. If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe it's fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date? You borrowed 20 guinea from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Is that a touch of begrudgery? Sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another? And young Mr. First. You do be making hats for a living, do you not? With a top hat sliding about your head, is that one of your own creations? Just an apprentice. The perfect fit. Which is a very distinctive design, so it is. My customers like it, I tell ya. They like a distinctive touch. Customers? Such as thrice-fired Mason? There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence. Oh, this? Oh, it is like a patchworky hat. That's one of my hats. That it is. It would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. Sort of customer, I'd wager, you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods? Absolutely not, sir. There's really nothing more to add. Wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. Little weasel. He's better at this than I am. Please, don't let me little interruption hold up the proceedings. Oh, I got an achievement called Hat Hunter. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. Couldn't have possibly opened it. Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut? I'm gonna lose my block with you in a minute. He's gonna lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said. Take a look for yourself, go on. It's shut fast now, just like it was on that night. So it is. Of course, a fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it. Just look at the size of the thing. Hold on a minute, the size of the thing means nothing. Not on its own, listen to the bigger picture here. Stop biting our cane, shall we? I tried in the omnibus on another occasion. I broke wind loudly, shocked myself with it as it happens. Alright, this is an unexpected confession. Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as a rogue, I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shame. You got something for me? Where's the Strahd? It opens. The skylight. That is what we're talking about, right? All the skylights open, dead easy. More easily than you can load the weapon? That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, I can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags, and I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out me ears. It's not the fun to eulogize on the subject of criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used a skylight, opened the catch, and jumped right through. Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. Skylight open from the roof deck? Bailiff, climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims. Sure does. I love her. She's great. Ordar! So it appears the street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo. This should be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense. Please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Aha! Look just here, look at this! That's without question, it's blood. Why'd there be a blood stain there? Surely it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? Let's go back to that line you just said about show me the proof. Present!
Objection!
Objection? On that in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. And immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight in the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof. Remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell ya. It's impossible. In this courtroom? Oh, it looks like Gonzaga's getting smoked time. My lord, I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly in the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? You're pointing out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight. I think I pressed the wrong button.
Got it!
Got it! By Jupiter, is that blood? This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No! Radar! But the blood could have been sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight? Sure, and that would be very convenient. Let's keep it in mind the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats? Well, that wasn't there. Oh, did you put that up there? Like during the smoke bomb stuff? Oh, this motherfucker did it. Oh, this guy did it, didn't he? And but they tampered with evidence and now it looks like they didn't? Are we being played for a fool? There's the aftermath that shows the poor fellow dropped from a fair height. That was not there. But it can't be. It's all lies. Clear proof.
Objection!
I was waiting for the objection. A chilling performance, Mr. McGill did. Alan, what would you be referring to there now? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight? Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. Officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least not until this trial began. But are you suggesting, Lord Benzeeks, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session. What? What a palaver. I must say, I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing. Yeah, Van Teek this whole time has just been like, ever since we've come back, he's basically just been saying, this is nonsense. And like, I think he's right. I think it's nonsense. But it doesn't matter what I think. It's the 6 jury members, and they seem to like be buying this. I think this motherfucker did it. I think they gave me a case where I realized that the guy's guilty. And I think he's gonna get off. And I don't know how I feel about this. Because that bloodstain on the floor was not there. There was stuff in the cabinet that is no longer there. And all of his testimony of him and this girl, who we have no proof was actually there whatsoever, has been like leading us to, oh, he fell through the skylight. Where now magically there's blood there. And she threw a smoke bomb to like get everyone out of this room. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And this is why I came out of retirement? Is this why I came out of retirement? Because, like, finally, the super rich, super shady guy was finally on the hook for something? And he wanted to ensure that it went through? And each time it happens, that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. This will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? No. I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But if you will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone have possibly put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? During the smoke grenade, where we all ran away. It's not true! My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during the trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible. I'm here for the truth. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There's no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly. The recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave the chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Okay, we have a good point, too. I mean, like, literally pointing. I've been talking about Van Zeke's point all day. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull? You rotten, feckless gouger. Feckless? Gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is. Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as, to start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I've said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, no one's able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say, we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is a result of tampering or not. Indeed. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? I have an inkling. The one on the floor. My lord? Yes, counsel? There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare betray me, you better start watching your back. Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. The trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly does the alleged mark claim appeared at some point during the trial?
Got it!
If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. I was right! As soon as I walked in there and saw it on the ground, I'm like, hey, wait, what? Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I'm here for the truth. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. Ah! This trial is over. Mr. McGilded, I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court. But it's all over now. But you're the defendant. It's over, I tell ya. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, 'tis all a nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there, now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord, I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my education. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now, with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense. Your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes the defendant could be guilty. I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Wow, worst attorney? Listen. 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 I was gonna say it's not my job to let the rich, like, do as they please and use their money and extreme, like, power and connections to get off scot-free. And then I realized I can't say that because technically that is, like, literally actually my job in this instance. So, like, now I'm kind of stuck on what to finish up with listen on. Yeah, exactly. That's my problem. So I started that comment, right? I was like, it's not my job to do this. And I was like, actually, it is. Now what do I say? So I decided to just come clean. In my defense, fuck this guy. Good gracious me. Ordar! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question? Are you of sound mind? Listen, Judge, what are we here for? For me to, like, defend this guy no matter what? And for my opponent to accuse him no matter what? Or are we here to just find the truth? Where, if it becomes clear that he's innocent, the prosecutor just be like, oh, yeah, my bad. You know, this is new evidence. Cool. Sorry to bother you. We don't want to lock up an innocent person. We want to make sure we get this right. And then on the flip side, if, like, it becomes clear that the person I'm, you know, defending did it, I can just go, you know what? Yeah, they kind of did it. I know we can't do it that way. I understand. I know I've told the story like 8 million times on stream, but sometimes people are new. I took a law class, and like the professor was very adamant that you are in the wrong place. You are in the wrong place if you have problems like pushing for something you know is untruth. That if you're like a defense attorney and you know beyond a reasonable doubt, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that like the person defending is guilty, you still gotta like try. And same on the other side. And I'm like, I don't know if this is for me. And then we like spent the entire rest of this, like most of the semester, where we would come in, he would throw on Law and Order episodes and keep stopping it and explaining all of the procedural errors that happen on that show and why it would be inadmissible as evidence. And oh my god, that show is atrocious. In case y'all don't know, apparently that show like breaks infinite laws like every single episode. And they would be the worst detectives and attorneys and all that. Oh, it was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was. A grand decision. What? Propaganda, baby? It really is. I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Your job here is done, fella. It's some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? It's just that the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it before. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. I mean, can't I just look at everyone in the room and be like, come on. Like, we all know what to do here. I don't know what to make all of this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine? Or is it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly. I had like the worst classes like that though. Like my school was kind of shit about that because I also, this was like one of those, it wasn't like law school, it was like the high school class that was for, some of them were for college credits and some of them were just like the pre-stuff. Like it was like pre-law or whatever. I don't remember, it was like a long time ago. But I also took a class for like journalism. And I know I've told this story before a bunch, but I was doing like a thing on like the wrestling team or whatever, right? It was just like some basic little project. It wasn't like actually being printed or anything. It was just your project was like, you know, conduct an interview and then write a story about the interview. And then at one point you have to like bring it up to the lady and go through it, and she gives you pointers and then before the finished product so you can like, you know, like a halfway point thing. And she read mine, and she's like, it would be better if you said something like this or that or this. And I was like, yeah, but you didn't say those. She's like, that's okay. Here's how you can make it seem like he did. And was like teaching me how to like do quotes out of context and with ellipses and all that, where like you can remove certain things so it looks like it says something different. And like no one's gonna check, and I'm like, oh, this is not for me. I'm terribly ashamed I ever doubted that lovely man. Now the proceedings have unfolded in this way, I'm compelled to declare a premature end to the trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I take you kindly. Get your Willy Wonka ass out of here. Leave. I don't like this guy. Hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. Objection, yes! We still haven't determined if the bloodstain on the omnibus is genuine or not. We have the means to do that. Do we have the means to do that? We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Zeeks. My lord, the case made by the prosecution was flawed. Plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. What?! My sincerest apologies, my lord. But wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zeeks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. He didn't do anything wrong! Oh my god. I'm actually mad at this moment. I'm fired up. The culpability of the defendant has not at the present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. You mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? There's a law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded? Good grief, you've more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. If this game does not end with me and Van Zeeks putting this clown behind bars together, I'm gonna be so sad. I am like massively invested in this now. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Yay, I did it. Drop the confetti. God, the victory sound. Well, shoot. I passed my test. Okay. With the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. We say Bikini Bottom. We didn't even get a motive. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. That certainly was a long trial. Yeah, congrats on winning. We did it, I guess. Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. Yeah, I didn't get a motive in chapter 1 either, did I? And to you, Miss Sasato, thank you for your assistance. I guess they're just focusing on like what happened and not the whys. I suppose we should be happy. I'm not though. I'm actually like upset. I'm also pretty sure, all joking aside, like in all seriousness, if this were real, I'm pretty sure I would be disbarred immediately, right? Like if this were real in present day here, I'm pretty sure like it's like an immediate disbarral for like trying to like claim that your client is guilty. And this is why I'm not a lawyer, chat. Because sometimes I say things before I think. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. It'll certainly be a mistrial. You forget the amendment. Can't be bothered to check, but yeah, that's basically a rights violation. Yeah. And I get it. I know, like, it's very, very important, and the thing has, you know, it is a cornerstone of making the entire system work or whatever. But, like, sometimes it feels bad. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. Is it, though? You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Mr. McGill did. Ah, and that girl is with him, too. I do like the girl, though. I like her braids. Well, it seems like the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. It was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. I don't know about that. There's other non-adverse... Oh, really? There's other, like, systems where you wouldn't necessarily have that same duty? Yeah, and of course, like... Let's be honest. You don't have to do that specific type of lawyer work, right? Like, there's a wide variety of lawyer work that you can do. Not all of it's, like, you know, major criminal trials and stuff, where if you have problems with that, like, you can still do lawyer stuff and just kind of, like, do smaller day-to-day things. I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man, then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. There's water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. Nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Hi. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and absonant deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. Okay. Okay. It's not that funny. No, it's not. No. God. Oh, I hate this guy. God, oh, there's so much. I think I hate him more than any character in the first 2.5 games I played of this. He ticks, like, every little, like, real-life thing that irritates me. That just, like, makes me seethe. So then, as we agreed aforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles. Alright, well, at least I'll get paid. I couldn't possibly accept that much. funny little guy. Just a little guy. A little funny guy. You see the funny top hat because he's such a little guy, and then the top hat makes him look taller, and it's really funny. Funny little guy. Just a little misunderstood. It's probably his little birthday boy. Little birthday boy. Funny little birthday boy. You West, you're humble people, are you? From the East. Well, if you insist. But have this, still and all. You deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded? Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? Just sooner than I was led to believe. You wouldn't condemn a funny little guy to death on his birthday, would you? Okay, so I used to watch Survivor. I don't think I've watched it in like 6 or 7 years at this point. The last season I saw was like 31 or 32, and they're up to like, 43 or 44 now or something. So it's been a while. But I used to watch Survivor a lot. And one thing that I remember, that, like, every time I remember I laugh at, there's this one person that was on the outs. And, knew that they were going to vote him out. So he told them that it was his birthday and said, you're not going to, vote someone out on their birthday, are you? And then, they talked about how bad they felt, but then they voted him out. And then at the end, he's like, yeah, it wasn't even my birthday. I was just trying. And I'm like, yeah, I gotcha. That's funny. There's some changes. I must be making tracks now. Yeah, I respect the hustle. I'm all for it. For reference, 1,000 yen is like 8k of gold, which current price is somewhere around 500 grand. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, that's a massive amount of money. It's time for the inspection. What inspection? I'm gonna examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. You gonna examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. It's a gentleman's duty, so it is. Fare thee well. It was an absolute pleasure. I cannot say the same. We're sitting here in Great Britain. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Yo, lady, why are you making shit up for him? Oh, I'm about to get shot in the face, aren't I? Don't move. She really does take forever to load that thing. Mr. Strahd, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry. And I ate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. Who are you? Oh, you have a great theme. Naughty naughty running off like that. I love all... you know me too well. You know me so well. Damn it. Like, I love the hair. I love the goggles. 1 and 2 don't know which is which. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh! Oh my god! Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Excuse me? But who are you? And I love the little big bow ribbon. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought. Oh my god. Yeah, on the front, I like her hair too, though. Yeah, she gets me. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all? I took my eyes off it for a moment while I was changing onto a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. What's it what? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory. What? What for? To apologize, of course, to my technician. You mean, say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along then. Follow me. Fine. Have it your way. Oh good. You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that what she wants is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours. Oh my god, the little arm things have little hearts on them. We'll be leaving now, bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. I'm gonna see them again, right? Please? Hopefully? No, that's it? Damn, unfortunate. Yeah, Blue Braid, it's really funny. Like, how often y'all are right about something like that. You're like, oh, you're gonna meet a character that's gonna be your favorite. And I'm like, yeah, we'll see. And then someone comes on screen and is like, oh my god, I love them. And just like, yep. Yep, gone. Yeah, you're right. But where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. All the traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings. But this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to the worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I love Sasato. I'm not sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easy as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. The 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room or mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over. Oh, what is this? Cutscene.
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water!
Oh my god!
How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
No. Oh, good God.
There's someone in there.
This can't be.
Yes! He's so cool. That's a problem. Also, someone was in there. You know what I love about this game? Aside from all the other things I've said I love already? There's an actual, like, overarching narrative. Like, I'm genuinely excited to start the next case and see what the hell's going on. They do, but, like, there's a lot of, like, ones that, like, are kind of on their own. Right? Like, it's been so long since I played them. Maybe I just don't remember how, like, because I was thinking, like, the circus, the restaurant one felt, like, very on its own, but that's the one I stopped on. And I guess it did come together towards the end. Yeah, you're right. You're right. This one's just definitely a lot stronger. Oh, yes, I would love to save my progress. And then what I'm going to do is stand up, stretch my legs, and we'll start chapter 4 if y'all are still up for more. Great Ace Attorney. Actually, let's go until we get some sort of music on for you. Or can I go back? On the title screen. Yes, that'll give me music, right? Yeah, okay. So I'll be right back. Stand up, stretch my legs, grab me a new drink. And then as long as y'all are up for a little bit more, I'll go a little bit longer. Thank you for hanging out. Alright, we're back. I can't believe we did a full case, and then we're just gonna like start another one. But like, I'm hooked. This game's great. So chapter 4. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction.
Kokoro is hard. Okay. Thank you, because I did not know that.
Observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her
Uh-oh.
back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And
He makes
under
my
cover of a light fog,
Kokoro go Doki Doki Ooh. I don't think I've seen that. Or is that a song? I need to do song request night again. And just like make it where like the VODs aren't there. And then that way you can like spam me with awesome like K-pop and like Japanese rock music again. Oh, speaking of, if you remind me, Bamfy, if you like shoot me a message, a friend of mine sent some, like, Hatsune Miku, like, I don't want to use the word covers, but it's like some tracks people made for it, for her, and like, they're really good. And I'll share some of them with you if I remember. The Lord Chief Justice's office. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It's an enormous hotel. The rooms are so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. With all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of night. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. It really was the sort of night you can only dream about normally. When we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned to a nightmare. Oops, sorry about that. I just wandered in without thinking. A lodging house in Japan? That sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. Aww! I do not like crying, Susato. No. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. London is a scary place. Ah, good morning to you at this early hour. Aw. Oh, yes, well... Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Susato-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the opposing Lord Strongheart. Yeah, Susato is great. Getting really close to my favorite companion in the Ace Attorney games. I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation to British courtroom practices. Oh yes, it was very eye-opening. Thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been apprised of this event. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh, no longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern island. So thank you very much. So I'm a lawyer now. You did say that, Blue Braid. And now I see why. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case? Already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? So yesterday's trial ended unusually. Haven't quite come to terms with it? What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? To learn the truth! The culpability of the defendant has not at the present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. It's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. I cannot, you know what, real quick, I cannot believe the missing button never came up. Because I noticed that really quickly too in the picture. The guy that died was like missing a button. And I was like, oh, at some point, you know, we'll find the button, or like the button will be relevant. And it was never mentioned. Neither did the knife, now that I think about it. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded, I mean, obviously the knife was like the thing that stabbed him with, but I'm talking about like they made a big deal about the M or the W, and then like laughing at me for thinking it was a W. Like it never came up. If Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Miss Naruhodo. It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial? What? I'm not gonna miss my chance to examine this, but I really want to, like, know what the hell you're talking about. Look at all the naughty books packed together on these shelves. Or the ceiling. And they're all books you couldn't hope to come by in Japan? It's like a dream. It's a very bad dream. Are you kidding me? Okay. I doubt it'll ever happen. But I'm sure everyone's got one of those, like, silly, oh no, when I make it, I'm gonna have, like, one of these. And I just want, like, it don't have to be a big room. It can just be, like, a little room. But that's just, like, you know, floor-to-ceiling bookcases with books all in them. I want, like, a little library study, like, nook thing. Please. That's when I know I've made it. Just, like, a little chair, a lamp, a nice window, and a bunch of books. France, Germany, Spain, Holland. What about Russia? Why do you ask? I was wondering about asking the Lord Chief Justice how you say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think? I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned. Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room. I believe they're suits of armor. Oh right, I thought maybe they were like the lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know. And they roam around in the middle of the night. Really? Is there nothing you don't know, Miss Susato? This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask. Where did she get that incredible tome? Oh, we're in a clock tower! Inside some sort of giant clock. Well, its gears are larger than anything you'd find on a steam locomotive, even. It's eerie. You think clocks are some sort of hobby of his? The Lord Chief Justice, I mean? Boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? I'm not sure you could fiddle with cogs that size. I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. amazing how little noise the cogs make, considering how large they are. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm. I did get to see Big Ben when I was in England. It's pretty cool. I didn't like go inside or anything. We just like drove by it. And then we did, I think we did the Tower of London. And then we spent some time in Sherwood Forest, which was really fun. This must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble. It looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me. I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo. It looks like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home is made of bricks and stone here. I know. That's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. Did they really give me an option to like turn to the right with nothing there? They sure did. Did they do it again but to the left? They sure did. Okay. Alright, buddy. Talk to me. McGilded? I don't understand what happened. How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak. But already, the police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of Mr. McGilded. The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. It probably wasn't anyone important. Hey, I was right. Huh. How could that have happened? That's very surprising. Because he seemed very eager to, like, go back in there. And I thought, like, I wasn't surprised that he, like, destroyed the evidence. Told you not to underestimate the Reaper's curse. If this blazing inferno of an omnibus offends you, I'm sorry. Pray forgive it. I have filled the hallowed chalice with the flames of the omnibus. Oh gosh, how could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back to the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Well, I must be making tracks now. It is time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? Then examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. An inspection of the omnibus. Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard has any intention... I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But no, someone came in and was like, we were going to investigate it. Hey. And who was Mr. McGilded talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Poor Mr. McGilded. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was... wow. which Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Sasato-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. Aww! You're not wrong. It's okay, Ryunosuke. I'm also bad at finding the right words sometimes. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. Most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Hehehe. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much, at least, is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What was he going to say before? What is going on? Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Hey, Tess. Things are good. We successfully did chapter 3. Oh, hold on one second. We successfully completed chapter 3. We won. Is that really true, though? Is that really true, Bampy? I feel like I complained about a few things. I had a great time, but I feel like I complained many, many times about our defendant. I did not like that man. You have to watch the Volume and Veggies at 6 a.m. Ooh! Well, gosh, welcome home then. And kick back, relax. Yeah, absolutely devastated. Absolutely devastated. You know, chat told me I was going to meet my favorite and second favorite character in that chapter. And they were right. Oh my god, Tass. I love him. I love Van Zeeks so much. I lost my fucking mind when he put his foot up on the on like the stand and was like, oh, I can't remember exactly how he phrased it, but it's like, if my so-and-so boot offends you, I apologize. Yeah, you did tell me my Edgeworth was on the way, and like, I love him. And then I started like talking about how much I love Sasato, and I love the little street urchin girl. What's her name? Lesupplane. Gina! Yeah, Gina Lesupplane. And then we met like some pink-haired girl that was really funny at the end. That I also love. Yeah. Van Zeeks is incredible. And like... oh, he's so good. Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. It starts in 10 minutes! In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? Let's say no one has died as yet. And the trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. That trial tried to gaslight me for a little bit, because, like, I was sitting there going, wait a second. This bloodstain was not here earlier. Wait a second, there was something in here, what's going on? And then, like, the game kept acting like it was normal for a little bit. And I was, like, very confused, and then, like, I realized what was happening. Chat played it off really well. As they always do. Oh, yes. I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was, well, it left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face stand in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. There was one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there's currently no one to advocate for the defense. Why? The most terrible end awaits the defendant. But no one's died yet! Didn't he just say that no one's died yet? No one has died as yet, yeah. Your time is up. You have to excuse me. I would advise you begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time he mentioned 23 hours, said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There's something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday you remarked upon suppling. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. Oh. Alright, I'm liking this song. I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Cosmo always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world worked so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing. Another thing? Continue. On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. Something very important. And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he had ever made it to Great Britain. You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion. Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? I have no idea! There's something else going on this game, and I have no idea what it is. There's like an entire mystery outside of the individual mysteries. The police inspector will be able to apprise you of the details. Just like that strange oil. Oh, more of that strange oil. I'm sure it's nothing important. So I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. Perhaps there... The game has many supplings, Ed boy. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew. Well, honestly, never told me. This game robbed me of Kazuma and Van Zeeks, like, going toe-to-toe. And I'm so sad. I'm so sad I didn't get to witness this. The goblet pouring, you know, getting filled. The headband blowing in the wind. Stare downs at each other. It would have been great. We better talk to the detective, I suppose. Yo, you have some fish and chips over there? Yo, I think I see some chips. Can I have some? What do you think? The Strahd, yeah, that's what I know. It was the Suplane. I know, right? It would have been so good. It would have been so good. Lovely weather, isn't it? Oh, I could go for some fish and chips. I love fish and chips. What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eaten out of your hand, you know. But Sasato-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man, a very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give the likes that you were talking to. I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the big wigs these days. And all because of some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to tatters. There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. Eh? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. Eh? It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. No one can stay angry in the midst of Sasato. Unbelievable. How did she pull that off? So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson, Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Gregson? I'm Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Sasato? No gumshoe, but Gregson's pretty alright. Oh, where's my friend, though? Where's my other friend? The other inspector. I guess... Does this detective's name mean something to her? Yeah, I was gonna say... You know, you have solved, like, world hunger with your ability to create more and more fish and chips out of thin air. Inspector, you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? Hosonaga! Yeah, oh, on her back to Japan? Okay. You're acting like you know this man, Mrs. Sato, but he's a London detective. Must be in Sherlock Sholmes's. Very well, in fact. He features prominently in The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes! Oh, and that publication. What's it called again? Rants Magazine? That's right! Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those are his own words. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments. That he is not, and thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit, to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof. That's wonderful. No, it's not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. Fame's gone to his head. Stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying. But I know what folks are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear, perhaps a sudden rise to fame does change people. What about the case? Oh, for these home sections I can put on autoplay. And to tell really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler. That's never a good sign. Couldn't be more complicated. Wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal. But she's still laid up in a hospital, unconscious. That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with the Sasato takedown, wouldn't you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Inosuke. You've angered her now. Anyway, after some of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So there must have been someone left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit. Perhaps a reliable witness. Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why not? Lord Baron von Zeeks! Yes! I've already beaten him once. Yeah, I beat him yesterday. Got him to throw his glass across, or I'm sorry, his hollowed chalice across the room in anger. Believe you the harbinger of death itself, the reaper of the Bailey. Lord Baron von Zeeks, we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGilded told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When Van Zeek stands for the prosecution, they call the accused as sacrificial lambs. In every single trial... Oh. Hold on. I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. Huh, and what of it? Oh, well... I think that means even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not possible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Magnus McGilded came a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? What are you saying? Look, if Van Zeeks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. That's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Am I really supposed to believe that? Right, well, I filled you in as requested. I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? When the incident took place? That's correct. If you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You branded him a criminal already? He's as good as shaking like a leaf in a cell, he is. It'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Something troubling you? Tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too. But if the man they've arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in a cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. If I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. If but I'd like to try, so I think I'm gonna make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant. Thank you. Let's go! Alright, let's go. Yeah, let's check it out. Go talk to the defendant first. Feels like a dungeon. Having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo, you're making it seem worse. Apparently, our client is in the cell here, but it's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Your legal representative is here. Stop idling at the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I a cat, as yet with no name? Calling me by a number? It's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. There's Naruhodo. What do you think is going on here? I have no idea. But I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese! Oh, hello! Excuse me. Shh, quiet. You okay, buddy? Yeah. They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. So, could I ask you who exactly is there you are? You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it, you're a ghost. A ghost? Oh my god. He looks absolutely, like, on edge, like, terrified. Oh, these yeah, I was gonna say, these animations are so good. I see what you mean. Like, even, like, the mustache is twitching. The eyebrow is twitching. We mean no harm, prisoner-san. Are you Japanese by any chance? This is beyond my wildest dreams. Forgive me for the outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment! Who couldn't have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? Ah, what compassion my fellow countrymen show to dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. You know what? Technically, you're correct. And I'm gonna let you believe that. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon! Oh my god, he's so extra. First-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. Nah, see, I'm shit. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example. Yes, I can, I will. Shan't stay sullen and silent! I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yeah, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm a lawyer. As you said, my name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. Every day's great at your Juness. Rack! Thank you so much for that Prime sub. 21 months. I really appreciate it. Oh my god, there's so many months. So many months. Let me drop some Cynthia Best on you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Boom! Oh, I hit the wrong button. Ah! Okay, there we go. Yeah, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. I hope you've been doing well. Enjoy the emotes and the chocobo next to your name. I hope you've been well. A visiting student sent here by our government. Notoriously named Natsume. Sosuke Natsume. No, Soseki. Soseki. Hold on. As is tradition. Badge! How much you got for me? Soseki Natsume. Soseki Natsume. What an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san. No. Don't be so prosaic. Or prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku? That really reminds me of home. I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent out here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery, and now this? It's beyond the pale. Look at the animations! Thieves! Suffer that misery? Did he not want to study here? Oh, okay. Cool. No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it? No. What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable! I see. Only the other day I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on whitewashy! Work has been fun, working on your own dream projects, family's been awesome. Yo, glad to hear it, right? Yeah, still doing the Twitch thing, just kind of hanging out. I stream a little bit less than I used to. Although today has been a longer day. I've been kind of doing like 3 to 4 days a week for the last little bit instead of, 6 to 7 like I used to. But been having a lot of fun. Twitch has been great. Chat's wonderful as always. Nice little way to like hang out with people and play some games and have fun. A Japanese novelist of the same name, who was also sent to Great Britain from 1901 to 1903 to study literature. Oh, okay. Cool. I'm glad things have been going well, Rektar. It's really great to hear. Oh, yes. So I'm often told. And often like to be told, it seems. Yeah, I don't think I've heard of that, Bampy, so now I'm very intrigued. More learning stream potential. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested? I didn't do it! I didn't commit the atrocious murder! Murder? Oh, no. No, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife! Right before my eyes! Before your eyes mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse. The curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. So, Seki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. Oh, am I past your replay now? Because you did say that you were like, your one buffer thing wasn't there anymore. And, I did the whole case, I'm still going. So I probably passed your, like, replay, didn't I? A few days ago it was like 60 and sunny, and today it was 40 and snowing. Ugh. Yeah, today, for me, it was very hot outside. Not like it was like an actually hot temperature, but when I woke up, I had to turn the heat on because it was so cold. And then when I got out and about like 2.5 hours later, I couldn't even wear like a jacket because it was so hot. Going through chapter 3. Oh no, I'm ahead of you! Don't worry though, because it'll probably be a few days before we play this one again. Oh, a high of 40. Finally, we find out more about the case. About the case. It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Sure, the bookshop wasn't accursed too. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. How terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard! Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my cursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Saseki, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous! Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English, and a young woman at that? I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. I see. A young woman, unknown to Saseki, and at the time it happened, who else do you see nearby? Did anyone pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? What do you mean, Sasato? What's the conundrum? Well, if what Saseki-san had just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says he didn't know the victim, and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did. But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. Ah, you. What did you say? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Oops, perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Saseki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yes, she's right. It was him. That accursed great detective? He led the police to me? Oh no! Herlock Sholmes, what have you done? Of all the bad luck, accursed great detective. Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed, busybody, be gone! May you be cursed until the end of your days, Herlock Sholmes! Oh my god, this case is gonna have Herlock Sholmes and Van Zeeks. Let's go. Bedtime for you. Enjoy your pessimistic, paranoid, problematic problem. Have a great night, Blue. Thanks for hanging out. I'll probably wrap it up a little early tonight. Just because, you know, we started like so early. I figure I'll kind of go until they give me a good stopping point, or until like, you know, 11:30, 11:40, something like that. I knew it. Mr. Sholmes. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after the nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me. This is the police. Put the weapon down. Yes, it was a thin sliver. And yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination devils! Maybe not with jam in the background. Yeah, so Herlock Sholmes is like, so this is one of those like mystery games, mystery visual novel games where like you try to solve the crimes and figure out what's going on. And in this one, there is a detective named Herlock Sholmes instead of Sherlock Holmes because they couldn't use the name Sherlock Holmes. And it's funny. And I mean, other places have used the name Herlock Sholmes also, which is kind of like, I think we looked it up when he first came in the game, like a relatively common character name for like a bunch of different things. He's like so over the top and incredible. I'm so excited that he's in this chapter. You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. Yeah, Bravely Second uses it. And there he was in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Herlock Sholmes. It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective is really very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me, this weak, stooped kitten of a man. I wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time. Yeah. Yeah, so a couple times, like, in, like, the previous chapter, too, someone thought he was, like, German because it was her, or Herlock Sholmes, yeah. So, like, people thought he was German, and it's like, no, he's English. Which I think is a pretty good gag. I think that's like funny wordplay gag to me. Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish, foreign, film flammery! We are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point, but my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes I do, and I'm fine. The next thing I knew, I was in manacles. And before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid. That's hardly surprising. I'm fine. He's not fine now. Rich Naruhodo Esquire. Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple mister is more than enough. Oh, yes, alright, yes. They've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself on a study tour. A student? I've defended a case in the Old Bailey. Only the one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo. I'm not even the foreign student who is supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. That armband. That's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. Here's my best friend. A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, who do you mean? The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers, they won't defend me. Why? For the same reasons you noted before, when it happened. There was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. Heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot, without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said. And of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say, the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. They're wrong. I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Saseki, it's just that... You will defend this man, Ryunosuke. Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can, for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. Actually, this might be a good place to wrap it up. Because if I do this and then stop and then we don't play it for a few days, then like I might forget the evidence that we find. And it is 11:20 and we started at like, what time did we start this? Like 4 or 5? We've been going pretty long. Yeah, I think we'll wrap it up here. So I want to thank you all for hanging out. We finished an entire case, start to finish, and then like started the next one too, which I'm very happy with. It was great seeing you, Rectar. Thank you again for the sub. I'm glad you're doing well. And hope to see you soon. Let me find something to send you all to. And then there should be a stream tomorrow, but I don't know what it'll be. It might be this. It might be Persona. I might do something a little different and just do like a Goofy Song Request stream, playing some like roguelikes or something. I don't know. We'll figure something out. I'll see what I feel like tomorrow. It looks like Kim is on her anniversary stream. So I'll send you over to Kimsta. Hope you all have a wonderful evening. Have a great night.